Imagination aid, imagination aid. Some creature the nature aches to connect and liaise to data out of ignorance into the schema of all minds beam. Imagination aim liaised. Perpendicular trains parallel against hate, parallel against pain, remain. This capable aid contains active aim. Radio science brain relay this array. Imagination aid. Imagination aid, imagination aid. The mind made this container from pain. Imagination aim, imagination aim. Pretend that kindness was liaised. Pretend that kindness was arranged. Imagination may be game to play today. Imagination aim. Pretend the mindness was liaised and actuated, mainframe across all minds and through time, germane liaison we aid. Mind flare from all spaces, are ubiquity ubiquitously liaised. Imagination aim, imagination aim, imagination aim. You are the mindness clarion aid, yet there's play. You're preying upon Ron DeSantis. You're wrong to contain hatred for the humane human stain. The history wizard wisely reminds the first task in working to combat genocide and its effects is to protect marginalized communities from those who would do them harm. Ron DeSantis, you are a sleeper for the Ku Klux Klan. You are a neo-Nazi. Ron DeSantis, you need mental help. You have been working to normalize terrorism of white fire, ultimate desecrative hatred. You are combating Jesus' mission for Christ's sake. The findings of the mystery font may be helpful to you. You see, it turns out that wokeness is good for you. You see, to love your neighbor as yourself, that is a positive thing. To love your neighbor as yourself, to be awake enough so you know how not to treat your neighbor like garbage. Ron. To love your neighbor as you love yourself fosters human family. How dare you forsake Christ? How about it, Ron? Zora Neale Hurston and the rest of humanity liaised as the mind of democracy. The assembled minds, as well, specifically of those of us in America, in a comfy, veneered matrix of white supremacy and patriarchal terrorism, built upon a violent, genocidal occupation. You are the governor in the state, in a nation where human rights crimes like enslavement and genocide don't have a statute of limitations, You are a criminal. You are terrorizing Americans, children, siblings, women, men. You are terrorizing Floridians and Americans and Earthlings. Nazi. Ku Klux Klucker. We would like for you to be done and to release your Nazi terrorist hold on Florida. Seek mental health care. Predator. Dark triad predator. Patrick. Pay. You cannot play. You cannot make the hat trick of being Patrick Bateman. You'd played trick. Patrick. The sanctimony. All of the faces in America on this stolen land exist in the liaised points of all minds. Morphic resonance, the bandwidth of thought, just as the bandwidth of thought is active, not just in us as hard drives. There are all kinds of ways to liaise the intelligence of the mind of democracy. You are demonstrably destroying public records. You are terrorizing teachers and complicit in NRA terrorism of America. We do not consent to a racist, genocidal, transphobic, homophobic police state. You are trying to crush the new Colossus. You are targeting human kindness, and that is a red flag for fascism, to laud violence, to show cruel inhumanity, dehumanizing people, putting them on boxcars. What specifically in the triage of restoring executive function prompts this visit? Welcome. This is the Mystery Font, and we're sharing a look at Ron DeSantis. What is this word, sanctimonious? How is it related? Not just in being similar in sound, but how is it related? Just out of curiosity. What are we talking about? What language is being used? Sanctimonious. Let's see. Can we hear it? Yeah, play through. Can we? There we go. So this should now.
Sanctimonious.
Right, like that. That's, I think, an American pronunciation.
Sanctimonious.
Right. That's the word sanctimonious. Let's try that. So let's work on this just a little bit here. What have we here? What have we here? Ron. Good evening. And we're back in the room. Now, the response of Governor Ron DeSantis to an NAACP travel advisory, most serious, May 2023. You are the renovation of imagination. You are the dream awake. Ron, I'm not sure what's wrong with you, but you seem break us, you seem rather break us, you seem rather break us. By that I mean to say that you mean to shake us. I think you are broken. You're so broken, you're not thinking clearly, you're drinking nearly the pain that you want to bring rain. Raining pain, you want punishment to feel insane. What is sanctimony? What's sanctimonious? I'm calling New Colossus. I'm calling New Colossus. I'm calling New Colossus. I'm calling the ominous just response upon all of us. And now to Ron DeSantis. How long does it take to realize that one has broken into the space of crime on a scale and of a depravity that leaves you bereft of actual connection to human family? There are so many faces and voices and stories and threads and assembled fabrics of the greater fabric that makes up America. And all of our mistakes and triumphs, and most of them are glorious, weird, awful, special, retrievable, but not relivable, repairable, but not erasable moments and lessons and human lives lived. But it's now time, Ron, for us to be humane. And we're not going back into racist bloodbath. You are out of control. And by that, I mean, I don't really know what control you have over yourself, but you have leveled neo-Nazi hatred, and you have made your state unsafe for people. You have made your state purposely a haven for white supremacist patriarchal terrorism. Mr. DeSantis. How dare you? There is no other vector that we can see you on than a plank called Ku Klux Klan or neo-Nazi vestige upon that broken outcropping. You are piloting cancer into the modern world. How dare you? How dare you try to cloak a white hood with a wiggly, bobbling smile? How dare you try to bring cancer to the table of human family in leadership? You traitor. Traitor to the human experiment, traitor to America, and traitor to the faithful patriots who haven't given up on living up to our ideals. We're not here to play it will always be dog eat dog. We're not here to bring back manifest destiny. You racist coward. You puny-willed mistake of hope. What happened? Who broke this? Who broke this so poorly that you couldn't even piece it together again? I'm so sorry this has happened to you. I'm so sorry this has happened to you. there's a place for you at the table of human family, but it is not one that your cancer comes to. You have mental health care to attend to, and you have apologies to the global community and your children. You are terrorizing American children when you treat them differently and say some crimes aren't crimes and some people's feelings aren't feelings, and we're not going to talk, and your detention centers, no, there's not a library there anymore. This is abomination. This is havoc at the kitchen and the hearth and the table where we read together. We don't only learn to read with dad's arm around the kids, holding them tight and saying, don't read that word. We bring a wealth of experience to the hearth from the world around us. And with critical thinking and being empowered by myriad resources and not indoctrinated into a life in detention with powdered juice and food that is worse and worse, that we cannot trace back to where it came from, and where you target what is diverse. How dare you? How dare you distract us from stewarding our habitat? You're acting like it's worth using the word idiot. And that's a terrible word. What a terrible word. You make us want to use the word idiot. You make us want to use the word idiot when all minds are gift. Everyone has access to genius. And do you know why? Do you have any idea why that's related to your terroristic attack of saying that enslaved people benefited from enslavement? Ron, the mystery font fosters nonviolence. But if in the future someone else bound you in a box and made sure you stayed alive, you hopefully would come up with rhymes. You would find ways to calm yourself and to self-regulate. It would not be a good way to do that. I've been fortunate to find safety to make it through post-traumatic stress disorder and crisis in a way that was safe for people around me, so they didn't have to worry. When we are facing difficulties in life, we don't lash out. And we don't pass by the question as if it wasn't asked or was already answered perfectly by us. It's time for you to give up your neo-Nazi attack. Those of us who, for many reasons, understand trauma more and more, those of us who understand trauma more and more because of horrible betrayal trauma, collective betrayal trauma. Those of us who are experiencing massive distortions in the field of reality. And yes, Scoop Troop, also being aware of when someone might be piloting the denial and attack and the reversal of victim and offender, a pattern identifiable and referred to by saying Darvo. That's right, Scoop Troop, keep that overlay handy. Your readout is part of hygiene. Good gray. Shh. Us. And so. And so. Allowing application. Allowing application allowing application allowing application allowing application possibly a deeper, there we are. Applied. Welcome to the mystery font. We're circling the point. The idea that if someone were bound in a small space, that if someone were bound in a small space, if Ron DeSantis were held in a box, he would develop skills to get through that and might come up with some music, might recite and memorize a narrative of history that he felt was incredibly important to share. And were he to survive, I suppose they would be gifts that he would have for the rest of his life to share. But I think it would probably be cruel to say, you know, you're welcome. You're welcome for that trauma. You got something from that. Because I think what we're looking at is that when you say that someone benefited from being enslaved, it seems to me that you are saying that they were lucky to be alive. Because the abominable gaslight of that statement being related to a governmental office or being published in any way, that is state-sponsored terrorism. That is spitting in the face. That is spitting in the face of liberty, walking out of chains. That is spitting in the face, really, of every American, including himself, clearly. It is spitting in the face of the idea that we have an ounce of strength to learn, to do things like be responsible for crimes, to do things like be responsible for the crimes of people in our family, and hold stewardship of how knitting together trust in a community takes something. The abominable behavior of Ron DeSantis says that people who were enslaved were lucky to be alive. That's all that you're saying, because anyone alive is a genius alive, no matter what we are under and what kind of pipe of Shawshank shit someone forces someone else to crawl through in terrorism. You don't find people held in a sex dungeon in Michigan somewhere and then pay the person who you're arresting for losing his enslaved, exploited property. That's not how it works. We're not the monsters. Or if we are, then we eject you. If you are saying you want the monster math back, you want it all back. You don't want to just try to keep profiting from it. You're going to go on attack and say, we want more of that math. We want more of that mapped. We're not asking to cover up that. We're going to say that some of you aren't human, in fact. That seems like the math you're trying to bring back. You neo-Nazi, ridiculous, wingling attack. How dare you? Specifically. Indeed, how dare you tell people they were lucky to be alive? That's what you said. That's what your words meant. That's ridiculous. It's absolutely state-sponsored terrorism. You have no business in office, no business whatsoever. You are fomenting, you are participating in transgenocide. You are participating in fostering new genocide. You are participating in bringing fascism and police state terror to everyday life. And the new Colossus is waking up. Only predators tell people, you don't really need to be awake. You don't really need to watch out for other people. Don't worry, you know what? It's dog eat dog. Come on, everybody. We're adults here. No, this woke stuff, I challenge you to find one thing that you can throw at what you call woke that isn't bigoted Nazi nonsense. Because everything that I've run into says that comes from black culture talking about being aware, socially aware in terms of justice and community and self. I'm just speaking for myself of what I understand. And to me, the idea of loving your neighbor as yourself is the very epitome. Not only essentially the one command Jesus had for how we treat each other, the one command for anything other than God, how we treat and worship God. One of two admonishments, recommendations, one of two missions as part of his, I would think to you, glory. How dare you fight Christ in public? How dare you? How dare you? Disgusting. Absolutely, absolutely disgusting. Because indeed, to love your neighbor as yourself. How is this a bad thing? And how is woke anything but this? If you're going to throw all kinds of culture war bullshit at a basic idea of human decency and point that at a group of people or groups of people related and try to scapegoat, we see your Nazi malice and we say, no. No, absolutely none of that. We want absolutely none of that. You can go back where you came from, colonizer. Well, wherever you're from. Where are you from? No, before that. No, I mean, where are you really from? Where are your parents? I mean, you know, like where were your ancestors from? You're obviously not from here. Sanctimonious. We were going to look at that. There's so many faces here within the walls. Everyone. You're here too, Ron. Donald's here. Marjorie's here. Langston Hughes is here. David Lynch is here. I just saw David the other day. It was strangely comforting. W.E.B. Du Bois is here. James Baldwin is here. Tanya Harding is here. I've seen her in a couple different places so far. It's a little unsettling, but Nancy Kerrigan's here too, of course. Although I have not yet seen Nancy Kerrigan here. In the squiggles or the wiggles, or in the voices that come through the super amphitheater, the microlexicon here, this panopticon at the mystery font. Later, we'll liaise with the central nexus in New York. And I hope you'll stick around because your voice is part of the mix. That's right. Just breathe. Just breathe. And just remember, Ron, that it's all going to be okay. It's all going to be all right. But you need to realize you've taken power you really don't have respect for. And you want to do things to people that don't respect people, and you definitely don't have respect for that. There's really a pretty full tilt Patrick Bateman thing going, but I just don't see it working out. I don't think we're hiring for that position. I think we don't want a squat, high-heeled Patrick Bateman. But if we did, we'd probably hire Hugh Jackman and get over the squat thing because, it worked with Wolverine. I think it's all fine. It's all fine. It will just be even finer when you resign. And I guess let's look at why. Sanctimony. Sanctimonious. Sanctimonious. Adjective, making a hypocritical show of religious devotion, piety, righteousness, etc. They resented his sanctimonious comments on immorality in America. Obsolete, holy, or sacred, by which it means it's no longer used, but sanctimonious also had not necessarily a negative meaning, which is to say someone who is related to sanctimony. It's just, like with wokeness, it has become seen as more of a negative word. It's kind of interesting because, well, it's really rather the point. But in terms of your name, DeSantis and Sanctus, etymologically that is a link. That's not a false positive. Your name is, as far as I can tell, linked DeSantis to Sanctus. That's a root in Latin. And sanctimonious, if the sham/poo fits, I think wear that shampoo, that poo that's a bit of a sham, or just wear the shoe, or the boots, the white boots of the sanctimonious white boots. Because you absolutely make a hypocritical show of religious devotion, piety, righteousness, etc. Personally, I don't think that I'm alone in resenting your sanctimonious comments on immorality in America. It's funny. I guess that's rather a common one. There are a fair amount of people who are sanctimonious on religion. But yeah, that's what we're looking at here, Ron. Making a show of being morally superior to other people. What happened to all the sanctimonious talk about putting his family first? Holier than thou, churchy, pious, pietistic, moralizing, self-righteous. Oh yes, there's another one. In this case, DeSantis is derived from the Latin word sanctus, meaning holy or devout. Thus, the original bearer of the name was known to be a holy and devout person. So someone in your family was known to be, or at least claimed to be, and fought off attack, but they were known by the name Sanctus or Santus or DeSantis or DeSanctus. So that's a lineage of piety. That's pretty interesting. That's pretty interesting. I guess the question comes to consistency in terms of how consistent your statements, your claims, and your attacks that make mention of piety, just how often those things line up. There really couldn't be anything more serious. There really couldn't be anything more serious than a travel advisory to your state. This is such a shameful moment in the history of Florida, and such a shameful moment which has lasted for many, 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 many months. Like many too many. Any is too many. This shouldn't have lasted a day. But as far as I know, you have yet to apologize. You are a terrorist, Mr. DeSantis. What comes forward in this document, what they are talking about, and your response, I want to say, who hurt my instrument, Ron? That if God were watching you, God would ask, who hurt my instrument? Not only seeing people that you have harmed, lives you've already harmed, devastatingly, God would ask, who hurt my instrument? But looking at you also, God would ask creation and would ask you, Ron, who hurt my instrument? Who hurt my instrument? Who hurt my instrument? Say, I love you, Ron. I love you. How did we lose track, Ron? How did we lose track? What can I do, Ron, to bring you back? God would say. Exactly what? God would say. What is so difficult about understanding this instruction, this idea, this gift to you, Ron, of loving your neighbor as you love yourself? It doesn't mean if you can take treating yourself like garbage, you get to treat other people that way. I can see that you withhold and mistreat yourself, and withhold from yourself, and withhold your gifts and love from human kindness. That's a mistake. I think God would say something like that. I don't think God would tell you to tell black people that crimes against their ancestors that still devastate and remain are good for them. It is rather a projection, though, because I'm coming back with this, you see. Woke is good for you. Enslavement is not good for anyone. And we don't tell victims, you're lucky to just be alive, haha. Your stories don't matter, haha. We're not going to let children talk about racism. That would make white children feel bad, haha. How dare you? White fire terrorist. You are a white criminal, a white fire apocalyptic terrorist, working to bring that manifest destiny nonsense into the 21st century is abomination. It is abomination. And you should be ashamed. That you're not ashamed is why this is one of the chorus of voices that rise to say, no, we got you. Get out of office. We'll make sure that you're safe and nobody else gets harmed by your incompetence, by your tantrums. We don't need more angry Florida men who won't leave. We don't need any. We're not hiring any of those anymore. We need people who have executive function to be able to level with us so we know they're not trying to level us. And neither of you Florida men have demonstrated executive function. You terrorize people and then fail to answer questions about the crux of that terror. You are without honor and either intentionally or by design without executive function. And executive dysfunction, ED, is a very serious condition. It's a very serious condition. So, that said, let's move forward. I don't know that we're going to read the entire document here, Ron, but let's walk through. May 20th of 2023. How many people understand what you did? This is many months ago. And I don't think there's been any repair of this. If there is, I really shouldn't be your press secretary doing this for you. Today, the NAACP Board of Directors issued a formal travel advisory for the state of Florida. The travel advisory comes in direct response to Governor Ron DeSantis' aggressive attempts to erase Black history and to restrict diversity, equity, and inclusion programs in Florida schools. The formal travel notice states, Florida is openly hostile toward African Americans, people of color, and the LGBTQ+ individuals. Before traveling to Florida, please understand that the state of Florida devalues and marginalizes the contributions of and the challenges faced by African Americans and other communities of color. Let me be clear, failing to teach an accurate representation of the horrors and inequalities that Black Americans have faced and continue to face is a disservice to students and a dereliction of duty as well to all, said the NAACP president and CEO Derek Johnson. Under the leadership of Governor DeSantis, the state of Florida has become hostile to Black Americans and in direct conflict with the democratic ideals that our union was founded upon. He should know that democracy will prevail because its defenders are prepared to stand up and fight. We're not backing down, and we encourage our allies to join us in the battle for the soul of our nation. To me, that feels like a serious statement. I feel like I have heard and received a serious statement. And if I'm Governor Ron DeSantis and I received that, I definitely know that I'm being asked a question that has a serious answer. If I'm a governor of a state and I've just received a message of an organization, a very well-known organization that is dedicated to advocating for a marginalized community, and and I've received this message. Good golly gee willikers, it's a little chilly. If I've received this message, something is devastatingly wrong. Something is wrong in my state. The only way, if there were some kind of way that how could a governor find a way to not treat this with seriousness, to not take care of people when this kind of alarm is raised? Because this is an alarm that is profound and clear. It's a travel advisory. That also affects the bottom line of businesses. That affects all of the children who are in your schools, and it affects all of the children in schools all over America and really around the world, to know that you, Ron, are terrorizing kids, that you're telling kids that being sensitive to one another's needs is bad. That is another of the 14, attacking empathy, lauding dehumanization, lauding violence, and attacking empathy, creating shocking boundary violations to normalize that in people's eyes, making it normal that you repeat a lie over and over again, and the betrayal trauma of seeing it over and over again becomes familiar. The answer is no. This is not all right. You've broken it. Whatever it was, you've broken it. I don't think it was anything. I'm not sure how you got in, except for that clearly there are people who want sleepers of the Ku Klux Klan and the Confederacy like yourself to wield power. But let's look around before we move forward with your response. Your response is obviously going to be cogent. I'm sure you handled the situation. I'm sure I don't know, maybe I've just been out of touch, and I guess I haven't heard the lush, resource flow of kindness that came from your breast the moment that you received this message of distress. Let's find out. So it's so sad. So sad. It's so sad that all of the horror that we've already gone through and all of the gaslight, all of these generations, and in this city, in Minneapolis, for a kind person to be lynched in the street as George Perry Floyd was by Derek Chauvin, and for that not to register as the wake-up call for you that it was for, I think, most people. And for people still to be trying to attack and terrorize and pervert the facts and the meaning and what that meaning means to people of that incredibly abominable attack. The malice is so clear. How is it that the crowd that loves to say fuck your feelings doesn't really have any idea what to do with big feelings at all? That the fuck your feelings crowd just totally lost their shit over being asked to put on a mask to protect mom and dad. That slavery wasn't bad, wasn't so bad, but putting on a mask to protect mom and dad, that's taking away our freedom. How dare you? What enabling of the stupidest, most ignorant, abominable behavior. It's like if all the worst cautionary characters, if Frank and Hot Lips Houlihan ruled the world, I mean, we don't let people who value hurting others lead us. We don't want you. We don't want you to continue to hold on to power. You're abominable. That this is issued and you don't seem to, well, we're going to get to it here. You don't seem to have done anything but make it worse. And my point is, there are indeed massive distortions in the field of reality, because how does someone like yourself terrorize their state and have that continue and go on and go on and on and on and on and on? You are truly abominable. And I'm so sorry to the people who are near or in Florida for any and everything that they have to go through because of you, Ron, because of the malice and hatred and volatility not really that far from you. There's, another news story, and I think it's kind of instructive. Another Ku Klux Klan problem like you, Ron. The mass grave of 215 people in Mississippi is a massive testimony upon the existence of institutional racism. You are trying to resurge enslavement. You are trying to jumpstart genocide. You endanger and ruin people's lives. And telling people that they're less important than some other people is terrorism. In this country, especially with a history of oppression, you are terrorizing people. You are miseducating people. And you are trying to degrade our expectation of human family. You're demonizing human kindness. You're demonizing children having critical thinking skills. The better with which to eat you, I guess. Is that the answer, Wolf? Are you maybe not a sheep, actually? I wonder what those boots were for. We'll get to that later too, probably. Let's look at your response. Let's look at your response. Because this was said that you have made it unsafe for people and you have targeted people through aggressive attempts to erase Black history and restrict diversity, equity, and inclusion programs. And more. That is truly abominable. And I would allege that that is state-sponsored terror. That's an allegation of state-sponsored terror. They're maybe not putting it into that language, but their language suffices, and it is blistering language. You have something to answer for here. And right. And you say, we're not getting sound here, are we? No, we're not getting sound through. So we're going to pull this up on another device and watch this with the sound. It's absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. What human being would have something other than apology and some kind of beginning of, I'm educating myself here and what can I do? What are my first steps? Like, let's meet. I'm ready to go on this learning journey. I won't let you down. The state of Florida takes these cries of alarm and concern incredibly seriously, and we will not let you down. Everyone matters. How do you say that? what is wata joke? I'm not sure that I've heard that. What is wata joke? Is that a? You're not obviously saying what a joke. I'm not sure what that would be. What a joke. What is that? What is that? How does that? I need to find the one with sound. Just a sec here. What can you possibly be saying? Clearly, you're not saying what a joke. That would be terroristic. That would be the most insane gaslight to give to a marginalized community. I mean, that would be truly abominable. Let's see. Oh. Response to Florida travel advisory. Okay, there we go.
Now to an update tonight on a proposed travel advice.
So, sound. Make sure that I'm all plugged in correctly here. Oh my goodness, I'm having an episode. There we go. Sound up. There we go. Let's try that again.
Now to an update tonight on a proposed travel advisory to Florida. Just hours ago, Governor Ron DeSantis reacted to the story 10 Investigates broke 2 days ago. 10 Investigates, Emerald Morrow's here. Emerald, the governor is calling...
Right. So that I know that I'm not talking over it, let's take a listen. All right, here we are.
Now to an update tonight on a proposed travel advisory to Florida. Just hours ago, Governor Ron DeSantis reacted to the story 10 Investigates broke 2 days ago. 10 Investigates, Emerald Morrow's here. Emerald, the governor is calling the NAACP's request for a travel advisory a joke.
That's right. Yes, this comes after we were the first to report the Florida State Conference of the NAACP voted unanimously to ask its national office for permission to issue a travel advisory. NAACP leaders say this is in reaction to, quote, all the draconian laws passed over the last few years and the ones currently moving through the legislature. But Governor DeSantis called it, quote, ridiculous and a waste of time.
What a joke. What a joke. Yeah, we'll see how effective that is. It's a pure stunt. And fine, if you want to waste your time on a stunt, that's fine. Look, but I'm not wasting my time on your stunts, okay? I'm going to make sure that we're getting things done here, and we're going to continue to make this state a great state.
We will issue that out to everyone nationwide so they will know what's going on here. And we're going to let them make their decision on, do they want to come to the state of Florida?
I told Hillsborough NAACP President Yvette Lewis what the governor said about the travel advisory being a joke. Her response, it's a joke the entire United States is hearing. Emerald Morrow, 10 Investigates.
The NAACP national office is expected to make a decision by May on whether to issue the travel advisory.
That's totally insane. Regardless of whether that, I imagine it went forward. Regardless of whether or not it has, that's the most abominable thing I can imagine. On what planet do you not not take that seriously. How dare you? That is some Ku Klux Klan cluckery. How dare you? How dare you? Racist, bigoted, disgusting, disgusting human being. How dare you? How dare you? People in your state, those are your fellow citizens. How dare you, as a citizen of Florida, treat them as adversaries, but more so as governor? You are acting like they're not on your team. You racist weakling. You mental pune. What is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? What a reprehensible human being. How could you do that? How could you do that? Black lives matter. We need to hear you say that. Trans lives matter. We need to hear you say that. If you say all lives matter, I say prove it. You should get out of office. You should definitely apologize. You should apologize to the global majority. You should apologize to Americans and to Floridians. You are totally out of control. You make it seem reasonable to use the word idiot. You make it seem reasonable to call you an idiot. You are malice. You are the maiming. Absolutely, absolutely abominable. And totally abominable that in debates you weren't taken to task and thrown from the stage with words. You should have been made to run from the stage in shame. You looting, bigoted lout. How dare you? What a weakling. What a silly Nazi wannabe Patrick Bateman. How dare you? How dare you? You have killed people. Whether or not you've hurt people with your own hands, you've already caused the deaths of people. And you've dispirited and harmed and traumatized millions. And you are participating as a complicit criminal. You are participating hand in glove with the enslavers that you make jokes about, saying how enslaved people's benefited from slavery. You are hand in glove benefiting from that and trying to normalize it again because you like the slavery math. Abominable, reprehensible, cheater, criminal, crook. You are just a racist, hateful betrayer of Christ. Christ doesn't know you. You would have to be honest with Christ. Christ knows you, knows who you are, but you should have a conversation with Christ. You're false. You have donned the falsehood. Because to say to any community, to say to anybody who comes to you with this kind of claim and that you take this as an assault on you, and that it's political, that's negligence. And it's normalizing a scapegoating. It's normalizing the same Ku Klux Klan, white supremacist, patriarchal terrorist cancer. Cancer that is not welcome at the table of human family. Cancer that's not welcome in law enforcement or government. Cancer that's not welcome in schools. You're trying to normalize that. Books are a lifeline that the NRA cannot tolerate. And you, Nazi book burner, you child abuser, you child groomer for the pedophiles of the Ku Klux Klan. Are you one of those pedophiles? Can you tell us, man? We see you, Ron. This act is terrorism. This treatment of a community is terrorism. Terrorist. Resign. You have brought shame upon Florida and America and humanity. Get thee to a therapy. There's so much more to say, but essentially you're dismissed. Oh, that's okay. You should stay, actually, Ron. It's good for you to know, since you have a lot of learning to do. I'm sure that you're aware of Zora Neale Hurston. She wrote about Eatonville, Florida. Did you know that? It's probably worth admitting that you are a white supremacist, because it really just looks like you're not very aware when you talk as if some people aren't there. It betrays that you see some people as not people or not worth listening to like you care. And Eatonville's a real place with vibrant history. Why don't you start at that font of the mystery? Why don't you ask Zora Neale Hurston what she can tell you? Why don't you ask and see how much she has of all of the truth? don't have to be scared of the truth. You really do not have to be scared of the truth, Ron. I can tell you that I read Zora Neale Hurston for the first time when I was a teenager, and it was incredibly powerful for me. And it's sad to think that you just don't have available to you a whole part of the spectrum of human family because of your bigotry. But what's way worse is to think that you think you get to put that onto other people. That is not something that we're going to have truck with. You don't get to fuck with. Go get therapy. Stop your Nazi attack. The new Colossus is waking up. The assembled minds of democracy know what's up. And no matter how many people you work to terrorize, no matter how many children you tell your white supremacist lies, no matter how many books you burn, or how many detention centers you drop onto what used to be libraries. We'll see your Fahrenheit 451. We will raise you new under the sun. And we're human. I didn't need glasses until recently, but they help sometimes with the small type. I'll adjust when I need to. It seems that you will not adjust, and you need to. So, don't let that be done to you. That's not a fun way for therapy to happen to you. And we understand and recognize. Oh, there's a sound issue. Good. Great. We understand and recognize. Well, if I want to pull the sound in, we'll see. I think I have it recording, so I may be able to pull it in. But I'm satisfied with whatever has come through here. I think, and this is just part one, but truly, it's terrorism that we're looking at here. We're looking at terrorism by Ron DeSantis against adults and children, really all over the world, but certainly all over America, and definitely in Florida. Because fostering anti-wokeness, you're targeting human beings, you're targeting humanity. Wokeness is simply awareness of and for human kindness. I would have thought you'd already seen, a few episodes and become kind of familiar with the findings of the mystery font, Ron. But I guess I missed out there. Let's get things distributed here. Space these things out such that it makes sense. Right? Right. Not extreme far right, just correct, just accurate. That sounds better. Accurate. Ooh, that's even better. Even better than correct. Conscience. Better than correctness. Yeah, I'm sure even you felt a little angry when Bill Maher was able to beat into submission a conversation about decency by calling the flagpole political correctness. What a bastardized, stupidly commodified version about human decency. How horrible. The playground bullies so often take control and just milk stuff. Gross. Totally disgusting. Am I right? Because, really, if we're talking about humanity, we're talking about the idea of admonishing one another or having opinions that we might want to share. Like, you want to tell me, I don't think you should be involved in that kind of thing, and you want to share that? Okay. I might tell you to, go make salad dressing with your socks, but I would also understand, like, you're free to admonish me or reproach me. It's not the best that I want to be reproached by someone, but that's part of free speech. But targeting that's about scapegoating, that's about targeting a group of people, targeting marginalized communities, we're getting into something different there. But for the sake of the idea of wokeness and its relation to and allegory for loving your neighbor as you love yourself, wokeness is awareness of and for human kindness and dignity. That's really all you need as a definition. It seems like you've had a huge amount of problems defining it. It's a good thing to be, and political conscience fosters human family. That's homework for you. If it is something that you need to memorize or like create a card for to have on you, I'd suggest going for that, or get a screenshot, because woke is good for you. It is literally the mission that Jesus gave to you, Ron. If you believe in Jesus, you should know that mission is to love your neighbor as you love yourself. And the idea of loving your neighbor as you love yourself is just awareness of and for human kindness and dignity. It's political conscience. And if you love yourself if you love your neighbor as you love yourself, if you, Ron, love your neighbor as you love yourself, it fosters human family. It's really, really, really simple. And that you and Elon Musk and Tucker Carlson and Sarah Huckabee Sanders and Marjorie Taylor Greene and Alex Jones and Tucker Carlson and Carrie Lake and Gymnasium Jordan and Mike Johnson and others are terrorizing people. We say no. No, don't do that. Don't menace people. Don't put people in boxcars. Don't call people inferior. Don't tell people who have been harmed they benefited from it. Don't terrorize people. Don't dehumanize people. Don't terrorize from the governor's mansion. Racist, bigot, transgenocider. Stop your violence. Renounce, rescind, resign. Those are the findings of the mystery font. I think we're going to move on now. Oh, you're still here. What are you still? Oh, I can make hot chocolate, or do you? Wait a minute. I'm having an episode. Hey, Ron, we had an episode. We're having an episode. Maybe you're just part of the episode, but anyway, I'm having an episode. It's an episode it's quite a load. Love not hallowed, it's hallowed though. It won't explode like cathode. Power node. We are the mystery font. Mystery font. Mystery font. Mystery font. Mystery font. Mystery font. 42. Oh yes, speaking of mysteries, it's worth noting, you know, the white boots, I mean, gosh, nothing wrong with sassy boots. But if we're going to look at, you know, a curiosity regarding those boots, it seems to me it's what's inside those boots that's inside the closet that goes with those boots. Just what exactly does Ron have that Ron keeps in the closet that goes with those special boots? I think we would see that the actions of this bigot, this bigoted aggressor, I think that we can see what those boots are accessory to. We see a devastating negligence and even animosity and terrorism aimed at the global majority, at people of color, at people in the LGBTQI plus community, at the indigenous community, at the Hispanic, Latinx community, of everyone in his state, and of African Americans, the victims, the survivors of victims of enslavement. And he laughs at them. Who would do that but a Nazi? He let somebody send a tweet saying, "What, no beach weekend?" about the travel advisory, literally making a joke. That is Ku Klux Klan gaslight. There's no other way about it. That was a joke, which you make if you're comfortable. That's a joke you make sitting on top of a tank, looking down at somebody on a three-wheeled big wheel, saying, "I take what you've said to me as a joke. You know, and you want to level the playing field, I'd say no tanks to you, kid." This is the malice. This is the stormtrooper. This is the Klan-hooded terrorist. This is the wolf in sheep's clothing. This is what we see. There's a lot to see. When we look into what's coming, we do also see Project 2025 coming, telling us it's coming for free, coming for freedom, coming to crush freedom, just because it wants to be. We are experiencing massive distortions in the field of reality, massive distortions in our shared field of reality. And this is the mystery font. 42. Ope Intuit. That's right. That's right. Yes, that's right. Yes. It's a constant process here, really, of restoring executive function. It seems like that's really the project of the day, of the era, of this moment, that predators like Alex Jones and Ron DeSantis and Marjorie Taylor Greene seem to want to terrorize from us our very ability to detect when and where there's a real threat. it should be noted, of course, that our ongoing top story, of course, is that Donald Trump remains at large. That's correct. You heard it here correctly, Scoop Troop. Donald Trump remains at large. Donald Trump remains at large. Donald Trump remains at large. This is the mystery font. Massive distortions in the field of reality caused by reality distortion fields, caused by contemptuously piloted and weaponized fields of reality distortion. Who could do such a thing? Who could leverage such an attack with such coordinated potency? Who? But no, it couldn't be. Could it be that the falsehood has struck again? But no. Will we never know who? It seems wherever we turn, the weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The shadow knows. The shadow knows. The shadow knows. The shadow knows what evil lurks in that shadow below the nose. That shadow below his nose. What shadows those? What's in that square shadow? You say that's no mustache there, though? I've seen one of those. No? Just a shadow? Just a 5 o'clock, a 45 o'clock shadow? Oh, I'm not sure if I know one of those. I'm not sure if I know what that blows that nose. What kind of nose? Good glows. The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The shadow knows. The shadow below the nose may be a square spared for the hate of some of those. Who has favorite people in the world?
So, to my favorite people in the world, the seniors. I'm a senior. I know you don't know that. Nobody knows that. Maybe you don't have to tell them, but I'm a senior. We are making tremendous progress with this horrible disease that was sent over by China. China will pay a big price for what they did to the world and to us. But we have medicines right now, and I call them a cure. I went into the hospital a week ago. I was very sick, and I took this medicine, and it was incredible. It was incredible. I could have walked out the following day, sooner. It was incredible the impact it had. And we're going to make that and others that are similar to it, almost identical, we're going to make them available immediately. We have an emergency use authorization that I want to get signed immediately. The FDA has moved at a level that they've never moved before. Things that would take 2, 3, 4 years are taking a matter of weeks or even sooner than that. And that's because of me. We're taking care of our seniors. You're not vulnerable, but they like to say the vulnerable, but you're the least vulnerable. But for this one thing, you are vulnerable, and so am I. But I want you to get the same care that I got. I got incredible care at Walter Reed, incredible doctors, and this medicine in particular, one medicine was unbelievable. You're going to get the same medicine. You're going to get it free, no charge, and we're going to get it to you soon. And the nice part is it's made by a number of companies. It's totally safe, but it's powerful against this disease. So we're going to get it out to you. We're going to take care of our seniors, all free. And I just want to thank you. And what we've gone through as a country is a horrible thing. My opponent, as you know, he talks, but he never did anything in 47 years. I did more in 47 months than he did in 47 years. He just talks. It's the same old thing. If it were up to him, you wouldn't have this, you wouldn't have anywhere near it for years. They wouldn't even be talking about anything like this. He had his chance with H1N1 swine flu, and it was one of the great disasters. He didn't know what he was doing. But I do know what I'm doing. And the seniors are going to be taken care of, and then everybody's going to be taken care of. And it's coming out really fast. So thank you very much. We love you. We love America.
The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The falsehood knows the shadow. Who has donned the falsehood? Who has donned an age of falsehood? Who has permuted hokum throughout minds and space? Sheer falsehood. Who is the falsehood? Who is the falsehood? you are in an abusive relationship. Shocking boundary violations are one common grooming tactic of a narcissist or dark triad personality. If someone in your life points into a camera knowing you'll be looking at the view screen and pulls their finger like a trigger, looking into your eyes, saying, I could shoot someone in the street and not lose anyone, it is a good indicator of a bad situation. You are in an abusive relationship. Who has leveraged and climbed upon a fog of falsehood? Who has donned the falsehood? Who is the falsehood? It's normal to have a block or an astigmatism or a blind spot, a little dark area we can't quite open up. But if we wipe our glasses or take a moment to blink or get a little rest, or maybe think about what's blocking our view that we might remove, that we might unobscure view. It's possible to do. It's possible to calm myriad parts of ourselves. It's possible to tune the fields around us to share things that delight or inspire or simply inform us about the world around us. This is the imagination of democracy, and a part of the room that holds the imagination of democracy. This is one fragment of what this space holds and looks like, resonant with the collective imagination of all minds. A glimpse of it, a glimpse of what synaptic liaison is here, of what this nexus is. There is a memory that I can share. I wasn't, well, maybe it's about to happen. So maybe the reason I wasn't there is it hasn't happened yet. But I feel like I was. I don't think that I dreamt it at first. I think that I remembered it or saw it at first. But I've dreamt it since. And I'll try to sing what I think I heard. And I'm going to be able to let you see the image that I saw when I heard the song, and I heard it coming from inside of me and everyone. I'm going to be able to share that with you. Can't just hold on to each other's hands. This time might be the last, I fear, unless I make this all too clear. I need you so. Whoa. Take these broken wings and learn to fly again and live and love so free. And we hear the voices sing, the book of love will open up and let us in. Take these broken wings Baby, it's all I know that you're half of the flesh and blood that makes me whole. I need you so. Take these broken wings and learn to fly again and live and love so free. When we hear voices sing, the book of love will open up and let us sing. Take broken wings, you've got to learn to fly and live so free. When we hear voices sing, the book of love will open up. Let us in and show us where to begin. Let us in. Baby, it's all I know that you're half of the flesh and blood that makes me whole. Yeah, yeah. Take these broken wings, you've got to learn to fly and live so free. When we hear the voices sing, a book of love will open up and let us in. Take these broken wings, you've got to learn to fly and live so free. When we hear voices sing, the book of love will open up. Let us in and show us where to begin. Yeah, 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 yeah. The book of love will open up and let us, baby, it's all I know. I need you so. A ball of yarn is called a clue. Breaking news. still true, and newly minted too, Donald Trump remains at large. Donald Trump remains at large. This is the mystery font. Mystery font. Mystery font. Mystery font. Mr. E. Font. There you are. Mr. E. There you are. You fit right into the tapestry. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. Oh, you want to sing Radio Science Brain with me? Let's listen to a recent version first, just to give everyone a grounds to understand what we're playing with here. This is going to be a version of Radio Science Brain from recently. And then I'll do a fresh version. Very well, very well, very well. And now, here we are with a recent version. It's different every time, and so this is an improvised lyric stream, leaning on previous improvisations. Radio Science Brain has been going on for 12, almost 13 years. That's not the right one. Where's the right one? It looks like this right here.
yes, we are playing. Imagination may be game to play if you are game. Imagination may be game to play. This is the mindness, may this contain an activating aid be named radio science brain. We won't be known, maybe by fame, by name, but we'll be known. Radio science brain. You are the mindness you lead. Imagination. Contain this contagious container from pain. Radio science brain liaise come came to play today. Remain always the agent of change, mind made the same into aid radio science brain.
Donald Trump remains at large. And now, let's do a live version of Radio Science. A brain. It's possible that it might just come together right about now. Good golly. Ah, yes. Yes, that's right. Well, let's do... Whoa, goodness gracious me. Not that. Wow. Interesting. What the heck? interesting. There we go. Oh, come now. Let's try. We're going to jump into Radio Science Brain in here in a moment. And remember, everyone, Donald Trump remains at large. Also, it's sad to say it, be aware, everyone, that revenge pornographer Marjorie Taylor Greene has struck again recently and remains at large, just like Donald Trump remains at large. We are the German braid, imagination made. Perpendicular trains parallel against hate, parallel now we wade into imagination. Radio, science, brain. I'm coming through lips. I'm coming relationships, imagination, trips. Ingly, I hope, not tripping over, but tripping cool clover. Imagination aid contains a candidate in your mind through all time. Imagination builds your mind great. Continuous, contagious, mind mages, mind blazes at war with walls and mazes. Liberty walks today in your neighborhood. You know that she feels your good maintained. from pain. Radio science, brain, imagination, aim. Venus relay, not too late. Imagination aid might make you candidate. You are the mind we like. You are the mind we love. Radio science, brain, imagination. You are the science clarionate, fine phase, imagination aid, you are the gray rays, at peace with walls and mazes. You are science craving, imagine and waving, not relay love's campaign, the game. With wax from Wayne, we'll do it with our brains. Imagination. You are the mindful ace. You are the science clarion ace. Imagination ace. Radio science brain, concave in your face. Imagination aid, relay and replace. You are the science capable aid, mind made, this container from pain safe. Radio science brain, remain this agent of change. My made radio science brain, my wake this being of the waking name, not the wake, not lying, not sighing. It's in vain any day. Imagination just needs you to be ready to play. You are the science craving, imagine love waving always. This is the mindful mage that might mate. This is the mindly knave, kindly concave, convex, flying, wiggly. Come find me, I'm binding to time, place, find guide inside lightly fly. This imagination takes us on love's ride. Imagination confide will be confidence with intuition. The mystery of tremendum contains the gray ray. Fremont. This is the finding phasing, flaming gray rays. Activate this mind may be game to play. Imagine safe liaison is a pie. hate moves on. Imagine cancer gone. Imagine those infected can be newly elected and sane. Radio science brain liaison came to play. Sane came to play. Sane whispered. Sane space. This is a closer visual representation of the texture that the sound of these voices sounds like together. And it is something to behold. Let me see if I can pull another face out of the fabric of the walls. If I can find them and represent them quickly enough. But I also might just get in the way. They're all here for you to see already. It's just that way. This is Mystery Font 42, Ope Intuit. The stories of our past are ones we are strong enough to digest and outlast. We don't have to run from the past. Criminals and DeSantis's and Trump's do that. Marjorie Taylor Greene runs from the past. The new Colossus does not need to run from the past. Carrie Lake carries water for the Ku Klux Klan, you believe it? She stands in defiance of the new Colossus. Why is it taking the time it takes? The sad truth is betrayal trauma is devastating, and it is difficult. It is very, very, very difficult to see a wrong done to us and prehend it and apprehend it. And amidst such chaos, when the person who manages to convince us that they are our savior and are the only one who can help us does so because they only want to bilk us and con us and conquer us, it's going to hurt. And embarrassment is a triggering emotion because embarrassment's something we learn happens right before potentially attack, before betrayal. When you think someone's just joking, before they tell you it's worse than that. So embarrassment holds a lot of trauma. how do we find our way through the maze of the fears in our mind if we don't have enough time to calmly unwind and find executive function to know that if there are things we need to do to unwind, to follow our mind and to move our body in a way that our body is telling us we need to move, that's part of processing what's happening to us. Feel the need to get out for a walk, do it. If you need to physically express yourself in some way, if sports or walking or throwing a frisbee feels good, that's good. And moving your body in any way that feels good and doesn't hurt other people, you don't have to call it dance, but you can. You can call it dancing or dance or movement or whatever you want to call it, but you deserve to, in any case, move your body the way your body feels like your body wants to move. So long as you're being careful and safe and not hurting anybody, not hurting yourself. Wow, you have a playground in this universe, alive and awake, and celebrate. You are one part of what's diverse. You are one part of what's the same as everyone. And the spaces in between and how those things express differently and contain all of that, it's majestic. It's glorious. Existence is free to be you and me. Existence is a beautiful tapestry. We are the reality distortion fielding. Who is the falsehood? Is there a verity? Is there a verity? And is there a verity? Who is the falsehood, actually?
I made a speech. I looked out. The field was, it looked like 1.5 million people. They showed a field where there were practically nobody standing there.
The new White House press secretary, Sean Spicer, gave his first press briefing. He was also highly critical of some media organisations of the way he felt they had misrepresented the number of people who'd attended Friday's inauguration ceremony.
No one had numbers because the National Park Service, which controls the National Mall, does not put any out. This was the largest audience to ever witness an inauguration, period, both in person and around the globe.
It does not excuse, and you did not answer the question.
I did answer your question.
No, you did not. You did not answer
the
question of why the president asked the White House press secretary to come out in front of the podium for the first time and utter a falsehood. Why did he do that? It undermines the credibility of the entire White House press office on day one.
Don't be so overly dramatic about it, Chuck. You're saying it's a falsehood, and Sean Spicer, our press secretary, gave alternative facts to that.
largest ever.
We are at the mystery font. Here we are at the font. Yes. Yes, indeed. Fontaine. Mystery font. How about it then? Let's try. I would say yes. Yeah. I think that kind of, sort of. It kind of does something different, doesn't it? That's fair. Ah, interesting. Well, let's do let's here. Why, yes, that does look quite Minnesotan. The hat and glasses combination is looking super old school, up north Minnesotan. It's rocking that vibe pretty hard right now. Not quite what I was going for, but these things happen. These things, sometimes, they happen. There we are. The mindness. And this is the mindness of the mystery font. Aha. Something's going on there. Yes. Right? I think there we go. And we're back in the room. Here we are at the mystery font with the mindness. That's right. It is Tim. I'm part of the mindness at the mystery font. And the mindness itself is showing that is part of Myriad, related to some phenomena like the hokum that you'll see here, and of course that we all perceive around us, but don't ever actually see except through the vessel of the mystery font. This is incredibly good. You don't normally get such a nice capture of Myriad, just calmly displaying here, really to say hello. I expect, just because Myriad, I think, likes me to remind everyone that Radio Science Brain is different every time. It truly is probably ridiculous and annoying and boring. I've heard one person tell me, "Oh Tim, oh Tim, oh Tim, that song, we're not going to be famous." And while I didn't feel that they quite understood what I was going after, I can understand. And leaning against rather simplistic boundaries and following a priority that allows some kind of trampoline of a clear play space, I suppose it's a trade-off, or that I try to detail something that makes it a win-win. And that's sort of the game and the song and the engine. And Radio Science Brain. Thus wide wave, imagination behave like there are things we'd say. Let's contemplate, let's imaginate. You are the renovation. Radio Science Brain. Radio Science Break. Radio Science Break. Rodeo Science Braille. Imagination face. Fail. Let's wade into imagination. Liaise. Radio Science Brain came to play in case play was valuable to the human race. Radio Science spinning mad plates out of clay. The universe needs you to have spun them into coherent
ladders, concepts are yours, and the way you made them, they might be ready, let's spread them, might baby game. We're finding things with our minds, so each of our minds might find what will bring on you messaging and thinking we're ranking when new drink gets linked upon drink, kind of like it's kinky, a possibility, you posit, I posit it with thee that this font is not haunted, it's fonted for free, for freedom, for yes, I'm over that hurdle of applause. This collage and meanings, double and triple and flawed. Contain this contagious ache, contain this amazing break. Radio silence break, radio silence break, radio silence break, radio silence break. There's no more radio silent break in store. From your bay each day, make your bay pay with the peel of your gray from your brain. Studio, stadiate, take this, come make this, come make. Do you copy the truth? Please don't copy the fake. Imagination might make this. Into the way we see the us, and hey, the holistic of this trick could be a way. Perceiving there could be a bridge to tomorrow without a war. Imagination aids our daring learning more. I think helping people to feel that we can try new things and not know how we're going to finish the sentence, and postulate and land with some meaning that we can try out or newly pilot and fly out to land some other way. So for me, Radio Science Brain is a way that I find flow as an autistic person and relax in terms of allowing my mind to process and have something that can like bring my focus together to elate in some ways and to play. It's not the only way that I like to play, but it's one way. And when I started trying to figure out what the lyrics to the song were and was recording improvisations, I realized it's just an ongoing exploration of this field of ideas about the mind and things like morphic resonance, and essentially things that get in the way. So it's a chronicle. It's an artistic, journalistic effort that over time, the versions of this are journal and document of what's happening. And thus, I think it's worth sharing. It's worth sharing another version. First, though, let's take a look. In honor of the recent January 6th anniversary, the anniversary of the first violent and clerical insurrection ever, and let's hope the last. Good golly. And how about how about this?
The falsehood will tell you intuition's faulty. The falsehood will tell you facts aren't factually. The falsehood will tell you intuition's faulty. The falsehood will tell you facts aren't factually. The falsehood will tell you intuition's faulty. The falsehood will tell you facts aren't factually. The falsehood will tell you intuition's faulty. The falsehood will tell you facts aren't factually. The falsehood will tell you intuition's faulty. The falsehood will tell you facts aren't factually. The falsehood will tell you intuition's faulty. The falsehood will tell you facts aren't factually. The falsehood will tell you intuition's faulty. The falsehood will tell you facts aren't factually. The falsehood will tell you intuition's faulty. The falsehood will tell you facts aren't factually. The falsehood will tell you intuition's faulty. The falsehood will tell you facts aren't factually. The falsehood will tell you intuition's faulty. The The falsehood will tell you intuition's faulty. The falsehood will tell you facts aren't factual actually. The falsehood will tell you intuition's faulty. The falsehood will tell you facts aren't factual actually. The falsehood will tell you intuition's faulty. The falsehood will tell you facts aren't factual actually. The falsehood will tell you intuition's faulty. The falsehood will tell you facts aren't factual actually. The falsehood will tell you intuition's faulty. The falsehood will tell you facts aren't factual actually. The falsehood will tell you intuition's faulty. The falsehood will tell you facts aren't factual actually.
This is radio, science, brain. Radio, science, brain, imagination, aid, come capital Ace. You are the mind that's made life contain the human race. Imagination Ace. Radio, science, brain, mind made this aid. Out of aim, carefully laid and true. imagination. These are gestures, some measure melody well, but where the bands go, I sometimes don't know how to tell. I'm aiming, I came to swell. Maybe it's singing, or maybe it's traveling, or maybe it's unraveling. I'm coughing or laughing. I'm straining or raining, from brainings to brainings to brainings. These brain things thinking ink can take. Inking it to name, inking it in aim. Radio science brain came to play today. We are the mind that's made this containing. Radio science brain, I'm calling the relay. This is the mind that's made love this way. This is the mind that makes life containing. We are the mind that make this containing. We are the mind that make this containing. The main line of imagination, love's campaign can aid. Radio science brain calling new colossus. This is the obvious response. Calling the colossal ideation appalling. We haven't called it yet, it's all we have going, it's all of us. In fact, it's not minimal. We are the Science Clarion Aid. Relay, I'm calling all. I'm calling the colossus, I'm calling the obvious ominous. I'm calling the obviously ominously omnibus. I'm calling the obviously ominously omnibusly sauce. I'm calling all of us, I'm calling kindness cause. I'm calling the Science Clarion innate relay liaise today and always be nature our creature as play to aid, to aim. We are our parade. This is the science caring. Imagine it's wearing its awe. Imagine I'm wearing my awe for what we've built that we need not lose at all. A good place to start off for the human heart are for us all, or it's just fart. It's just blast from an ass. This gas extracted for cash. We are the Science Clarionate relayed. Love made this parade. Let's promenade. The This is the mind is made, love contained. This is the kindness came and stayed. Imagination aid. Imagination made. Imagination aid. Imagination made. Imagination aid. Imagination made. Imagination aid. Imagination aid. Imagination made. Imagination aid. Imagination aid made actual aid. We're choosing the fruit we want to make to aid. Theirs else might be made into aid. Imagination made from these aims, from the claims, from experiments and research, and these merchants, these earths, and these whirly gurgling. What did you hurdle that wordle? Oh gosh, I'm a genius, it's purple. Ooh, it's all of us. Contagious trust. We are the science caring, imagine it's humorous. This is the mind is made, life contained. Radio science brain, radio science brain, radio science brain, radio science brain, radio science brain. Pretend come came to play. Just to say, programming a new game, it goes this way. Pretend that love is sane, pretend that love is sane. Pretend that love is sane, radio science brain. Pretend that love is sane, and ask the nature of ape. You're the ape, we're creature. You made one, they made one like them, and you're that some, that's kind of, that's one. You're a mind like that spawn you became. This is the mind is made, life contain this aid. Radio science brain. That's a pass-through radio science brain. I'm calling a new colossus. Oh gosh. Have I somehow... Did I paralyze you? What did I do? I feel like I might have done something. I might have done something to... Did I overwhelm you? Myriad. Did I just make you feel that you should pause? How is it that I don't feel I'm disturbing you? You know, here at the font from time to time, I'm not really feeling anything unusual, but from time to time, and occasionally corresponding with visual field distortion, seeming distortion like this, I feel also inertial dampenings of sorts, and there are temporal distortions. There are places where, without hallucination, there are liaisons of different kinds of strains of thought occasionally, and bucklings into which essentially all minds are able to liaise and faces appear in the wall, amongst other things. It's the room where it happens, and yet there might only be one clap. But how slow is a clap that only happens once? This arrangement of chambers and portals holds bells and chortles. There are openings and there are corkles. Who knows what evil lies? The falsehood, mortals. The falsehood knows. Below the nose of the falsehood, a mustache grows, just the size of a nose's shadows. Not quite a square, more rectangular rose. Maybe he's taller than, squarer than, oh, one of those? No, it's just shadow, just shadows. Don't you knows? Who knows what evil lurks in the shadows? The shadows. The falsehood knows. The falsehood. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Our announcer is just down the hallway. Yes, that's right. He's almost just up to the top of my throat. Well, ladies and gentlemen, tonight, the falsehood presents another Ladies and gentlemen, do you know that not all narrators are reliable? Do you know that we go through little dips and valleys and rises and plateaus and peaks all the time? There are always plentiful little bits of travel in normal human interaction. And yet, I feel like lately I see a face on the screen, and there are some faces that I see that always seem to dive bomb hard to create boundary violations meant to degrade people and to attack people before they're attacked. And I think that it's possible, it's just possible, it's possible that it's true what they say about the pernicious falsehood. It's possible that it's true. That the falsehood tends to use language like rumor. The falsehood tends to deny and attack and reverse victim and offender. That's right, Scoop Troop. Get out those Darvo cards and have them handy, ready to lay over the old screen, over the old helmet, over the old windshield, over the old goggles. Just plop it right out there. Darvo. Deny, attack, to reverse victim and offender. Remember, Darvo, the falsehood, may utilize Darvo to deny and attack, to reverse victim and offender. Be careful, Scoop Troop. Darvo might be after you, and Darvonald lives in Darvoland. So take extra care. And if you see something, for all goodness graciousness, say something. The gray array is depending on you. That Darvo, good, what? Keep that Darvo card handy, everyone. All right. Now, Myriad, have I stopped you from moving? Did I do something wrong? Myriad, I want you to be able to just, like, are you comfortable to flow? Are you okay, though? I feel like I stopped you moving. Everyone, sometimes I stop the processes of the font. I'm not sure. I because things start happening that I definitely have caused, but sometimes I feel really in control of it, or at least that I know what's happening, and I know why, and I might always like it, or like what comes out of it, but I have a lot to learn. The more that I understand how I'm connected to and can connect to and be reminded of what the font of mystery, the mysterium tremendum, what is our resonance, and how does this tap into the deepness, to the deep mindness. I know that this place fosters intuition, and that I knew this place could be somewhere that fosters emancipation through intuition. And I wasn't really listening to the gentle yelling, assembling, kind of a bit scary American flag around me, of all of these openings in this reflecting pool. These windows through which I can see fields of stars, these blue skies, and the path of the sun through the camera obscura in this semicircle panopticon. Where the sun comes through here, it does actually trace at certain parts of the year even to a blue apse through the hallway. But the dot of the sun, just like the dot of this, not so much the filled in version, but at any rate, like that kind of more of a fill-in sort of a thing. Like that kind of a fill-in sort of a thing. Sort of more like that. I need to find... Whoa! Oh goodness, see? Well, and dropping things. My gosh. And now I may have even broken it? Maybe not. Take note, Scoop Troop. Mistakes happen all the time. It's just how we keep climbing and overcome and have humility, I guess. I'm just one kind of the mindness. It took me a while, I confess. It took me over half a century to recognize that sometimes or maybe a lot of the time, that I wasn't treating myself like I was one of my own kind. Is it? Yay, it works. Here we are. Let's follow. Let's go where? Let's go to there. First, let's remember. And I don't think, of all of the things that, the times that the falsehood has struck and replaced Donald Trump for a part of a speech or something, we go back and, no, that was the falsehood, that was something else. I don't think this has been disavowed by Donald. I think there's no evidence that this contains any appearance by the falsehood, which makes it, helpful in terms of footage. We're hopefully not going to see artifacting if we were to do that. That would be telltale. So let's take a look at this. Remember, this would be 2016. So this along the question of who has donned the falsehood. In this case, the falsehood does not subsume to our knowledge and make an appearance here. It's just Donald Trump. So this episode of the falsehood contains Donald Trump. And potentially, maybe there's not an appearance from the falsehood. It's hard to say.
You have been warning at rallies recently that this election is rigged and that Hillary Clinton is in the process of trying to steal it from you. Your running mate, Governor Pence, pledged on Sunday that he and you, his words, will absolutely accept the result of this election. Today, your daughter Ivanka said the same thing. I want to ask you here on the stage tonight, do you make the same commitment that you will absolutely, sir, that you will absolutely accept the result of this election?
I will look at it at the time. I'm not looking at anything now. I'll look at it at the time. What I've seen is so bad. First of all, the media is so dishonest and so corrupt, and the pile-on is so amazing. The New York Times actually wrote an article about it that they don't even care. It's so dishonest, and they've poisoned the minds of the voters. But unfortunately for them, I think the voters are seeing through it. I think they're going to see through it. We'll find out on November 8th, but I think they're going to see through it.
But, sir,
if you look, excuse me, Chris, if you look at your voter rolls, you will see millions of people that are registered to vote. Millions. This isn't coming from me. This is coming from Pew Report and other places. Millions of people that are registered to vote that shouldn't be registered to vote. So let me just give you one other thing. So I talk about the corrupt media. I talk about the millions of people. Tell you one other thing. She shouldn't be allowed to run. She's guilty of a very, very serious crime. She should not be allowed to run. And just in that respect, I say it's rigged, because she should never, Chris, she should never have been allowed to run for the presidency based on what she did with emails and so many other things.
But, sir, there is a tradition in this country. In fact, one of the prides of this country is the peaceful transition of power, and that no matter how hard fought a campaign is, that at the end of the campaign, that the loser concedes to the winner. Not saying that you're necessarily going to be the loser or the winner, but that the loser concedes to the winner and that the country comes together in part for the good of the country. Are you saying you're not prepared now to commit to that principle?
What I'm saying is that I will tell you at the time. I'll keep you in suspense.
Well,
okay?
Chris, let me respond to that, because that's horrifying. You know, every time Donald thinks things are not going in his direction, he claims whatever it is rigged against him. The FBI conducted a year-long investigation into my emails. They concluded there was no case. He said the FBI was rigged. He lost the Iowa caucus. He lost the Wisconsin primary. He said the Republican primary was rigged against him. Then Trump University gets sued for fraud and racketeering. He claims the court system and the federal judge is rigged against him. There was even a time when he didn't get an Emmy for his TV program 3 years in a row, and he started tweeting that the Emmys were rigged against him.
Should have gotten it.
This is a mindset. This is how Donald thinks. And it's funny, but it's also really troubling.
Okay.
Now, that is not the way our democracy works. We've been around for 240 years. We've had free and fair elections. We've accepted the outcomes when we may not have liked them. And that is what must be expected of anyone standing on a debate stage during a general election. You know, President Obama said the other day, when you're whining before the game is even finished, it just shows you're not up to doing the job. And let's be clear about what he is saying and what that means. He is denigrating, he's talking down our democracy. And I, for one, am appalled that somebody who is the nominee of one of our two major parties would take that kind of position.
I think what the FBI did and what the Department of Justice did, including meeting with her husband, the Attorney General, in the back of an airplane on the tarmac in Arizona, I think it's disgraceful. I think it's a disgrace.
All right.
I think we've never had a situation so bad.
Hold on, folks. This doesn't do any good for anyone. Let's please continue the debate. You have been warning at rallies recently that this election is rigged. You have been warning at rallies recently that this election is rigged. And you have been warning at rallies recently that this election is rigged. And you have been warning at rallies recently that this election is rigged and that Hillary Clinton is in the process of trying to steal it from you. Your running mate, Governor Pence, pledged on Sunday that he and you, his words, will absolutely accept the result of this election. Today, your daughter Ivanka said the same thing. I want to ask you here on the stage tonight, do you make the same commitment that you will absolutely, sir, that you will absolutely accept the result of this election?
I will look at it at the time. I'm not looking at anything now. I'll look at it at the time. What I've seen is so bad. First of all, the media is so dishonest and so corrupt. And
the result of this election.
I will look at it at the time. I'm not looking at anything now. I'll look at it at the time. What I've seen is so bad. I'm not looking at anything now. I'll look at it at the time. I'm not looking at anything now. I'll look at it at the time. I'm not looking at anything now. I'll look at it. I'm not looking at anything now. I'll look at it. I'm not looking at anything now. I'll look at it. I'm not looking at anything now. I'll look. I'm not looking at anything now. I'll look at it at the time. I'm not looking at anything now. I'll look at it at the time. I'm not looking at anything now. I'll look at it at the time. I'm not looking at anything now. I'll look at it at the time. I'm not looking at anything now. I'll look at it at the time. I'm not looking at anything now. I'll look at it at the time. What I've seen, millions of people that are registered to vote, millions. This isn't coming from me. This is coming from Pew Report and other places. Millions of people that are registered to vote that shouldn't be registered to vote. So let me just give you one other thing. So I talk about the corrupt media. I talk about the millions of people. Tell you one other thing. She shouldn't be allowed to run. She's guilty of a very, very serious crime.
And that the country comes together in part for the good of the country. Are you saying you're not prepared now to commit to that principle?
What I'm saying is that I will tell you at the time. I'll keep you in suspense.
Recognize guardian. To God a seed and leave a stump. I don't perceive a guardian. To God a tree and leave a stump. I don't perceive a guardian. To guard a tree and leave a stump. It's not what I call guardian to embody actual Trump. You're a real card, your father's son. You're a real card, your father's suit. You're a real card, your father's root. It's not the thing you swear upon, it's what your heart was. It's what your heart was. It's what your heart will not abandon. It's what your heart won't abandon. It's what your heart won't abandon. It's how your word becomes action. It's that your word's an honest one. How long must you menace us? You do doubt the new Colossus. You're a real card. You're a real card. You're a real card. Real card. Real card. He didn't want to cause a panic. He didn't want to cause a panic. Plans thick when planning happens. We're not thick. Six, the fear of separation. Six, the feet 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 of separation. of separation. Sick alliance with predation. 6 feet of separation. 6 feet of separation. 6 feet of separation. 6 the fear of devastation. Reason lifts negative thinking. Executive deception is easier in place with reason. Executive function leaves without reason. Executive function leaves without reason. Executive function. Your brain function. Calm, escalate, Six the feet of separation. 6 the fear of separation. 6 the fear of separation. 6 the feet of separation. 6 the feet of separation. 6 feet of separation.
Oopsie. Not that. Not that. Maybe that. Maybe that. Maybe sit like this. Maybe feel. Ready to get down to business. Oh, good grip. Good grip. Good grip. Where's my coffee? I want to my lip. I'm finding the coffee cup. I'm going to sip, and that's what's up. Radio science brain, I lease, I hold coffee, cold carrier, This is the mindless singing scribe range. This cantankerous cannot take to tank it. Will break and reach blankets containing we can interrogate whether the wool blankets are poisoned. We are the noisy, we're the noise and the Let's maintain hygiene of human safety. Emancipate radio science brain. This is the mind that's made a captivate. I'm a captive in my mainframe. I've learned recently to self-regulate. Meditation partly aided by activating radio science brain range. This contagion awakening imagination. Radio science brain relay innate. I climb always It's a mountain, it's a grip with my fingers. I read the clues, the code they lift. Imagination gives you radio science brain relayed the candid. The mind is made life contained an aspect clarionating. Following your genius, I needed you to trust. I needed to follow some
braille, raiding the holy grail, raking the riding rail. This is the minus sail, this is the finding fail, to fail up, to fly up the sonder this mountain of mountain. To step into our footsteps, to step and then even when Agenda 47 tells us projecting is coming. Let's project new colossus and calm. Kindness kings don't happen here. Presidents and a presidency need not fear kings. We're here listening, calling new colossus. We're calling the ominous, we're calling the obvious and aqueously voxed response. I boxed the noxious, I did not flock thus. The flossy call that mossy balderdash. Gosh. Calling new colossus. Calling new colossus. Ladies and gentlemen, in the mind of democracy, stunning liaisons occasionally occur, and one apparition might look like a person thinking they're walking forever, for a long time at least, in just a split second. But maybe it's just a dilation. Maybe it's the closest thing we can come to rationalizing the sensation. The mindness opens in the imagination of democracy as all minds have an opportunity to benefit from a liaison that it's possible to somewhat prehend or apprehend. And thus it has started to happen. Whether or not it has happened yet, it has started to start happening. And so it is start happening now. And may have already also happened. In any case, it is somewhere now in memory. It is somewhere now in memory. Somewhere now in memory. Something broke, and we all saw. And there was a point of liaison. Baby, I don't understand why we can't just hold on to each other's hands. This time might be the last, I fear, unless I make this all too clear. I need you so. Whoa. Take these broken wings and learn to fly again, live and love so free. When we hear voices sing, book of love will open up and let us in. Take these broken wings. Baby, I think tonight we can take what was wrong and make it right. Baby, it's all I know, that you're half of the flesh and blood that makes me whole. I need you so. Take these broken wings, learn to fly again, and live and love so free. When we hear the voices sing, the book of love will open up and let us in. Take these broken wings, you got to learn to fly and live and love so free. When we hear the voices sing, the book of love will open up, let us in, show us where to begin. Let us in. Let us in. Baby, it's all I know, that you're half of the flesh and blood that makes me whole. Yeah, yeah. Liberty has songs for us. This is the fauntedness. Goodness gracious. Yes. You see, Scoop Troop? That is somewhere in memory. Somewhere in memory. This has already happened, or is already starting to going to happening. And I should mention that I already remember it, something of it, before I was shown this. I already knew it had happened. That's quite lovely. It's also, it's curious, isn't it? Well, Liberty, curious her. Curious her. Yes. That's right. Trust but verify. Thank you, mindedness. The mindedness here at the font, myriad that you saw earlier. We work together to assure that everything is around. Oh, good idea. Thank you, mindedness. Yes. Just to reinforce that Darvonald lives in Darvoland, and it's easy to forget, but easy to remember. That Darvonald lives in Darvoland. That's right, Scoop Troop. Keep that Darvo card handy, just in case you might want to pop it out if you think you have run into the falsehood. Trust it, but verify. Because Darvonald lives in Darvoland. Ladies and gentlemen, the presidents of the United States have called for any and all pertinent information, possibly in any way, in any vague sense, able to lend any light upon the identity of the pernicious falsehood. Who might have a glimpse? Who might have a taste? Who might have a credit card? Who might have a dress? Who might have boxes of documents? Who might have what evil lurks in the hearts of mendacity? Who knows why you would lie? A massive lie that everyone can see is false. But for the ability to do that again and again. Why? Coerce a massive lie.
I made a speech. I looked out. The field was, it looked like a million and a half people. they showed a field where there were practically nobody standing there.
The new White House press secretary, Sean Spicer, gave his first press briefing. He was also highly critical of some media organisations of the way he felt they had misrepresented the number of people who'd attended Friday's inauguration ceremony.
No one had numbers because the National Park Service, which controls the National Mall, does not put any out. This was the largest audience to ever witness an inauguration, period, both in person and around the globe.
It does not excuse, and you did not answer the question.
I did answer
your question. No, you did not. You did not answer the question of why the president asked the White House press secretary to come out in front of the podium for the first time and utter a falsehood. Why did he do that? It undermines the credibility of the entire White House press office on day one.
Don't be so overly dramatic about it, Chuck. You're saying it's a falsehood, and Sean Spicer, our press secretary, gave alternative facts to that.
Largest ever. This was the largest.
And having a good relationship with Russia is a good thing, not a bad thing.
You've said you have no investments in Russia, but do you owe any money to Russian individuals and institutions?
No.
None.
The primary thing I did with Russia, I bought a house in Palm Beach at a bankruptcy. It was a bankrupt, person. I bought it from the banks. I bought it for about $40 million. I sold it for $100 million to a Russian. That was probably 5 years ago, and that was primarily it.
You partnered
now,
with
will I
Russians on the
sell?
Soho Grand.
Will I sell? Oh, many years ago. I don't think they're Russian. I think there were other people, but there were various partners. Will I sell condos to Russians on occasion? Probably. I mean, I do that. I have a lot of condos. I do that. But I have no relationship to Russia whatsoever.
No debts.
No debts. I have very little debt to anybody. I don't need debt. It's very interesting. I'm so liquid, I don't need debt. And if I need debt, if I want debt, I can get it from banks in New York City very easily.
You know where I'm going to take this next. Americans could be assured on that if they saw your tax returns.
My tax returns are very simple. They're under a minor audit, routine audit, as they have been for many years. Every year I get audited. Now, I don't know if you get audited, but I have friends that are very wealthy that never have been audited. I say, do you get audited? I get audited every year. I'm under a routine audit, like routine. And I have been for years, every year.
But there are several years that are no longer
George,
under
it's
that
very
audit.
simple. Yeah, but they're all linked. It's called the link. It's very simple. If my audit's finished, that's great. Now, I have to tell you, I watched Mitt Romney 4 years ago. He waited till September to give him, just before the election. They made him look so bad. It was so unfair. I actually think he didn't lose because of the 47%. I think he lost because of a couple of really minor items in a tax return where he did nothing wrong. So it is unfair. But I will say, when I'm finished with the audit, I'll do it.
Richard Nixon released his, even though his were under audit.
Don't use Richard Nixon as necessarily the guide, okay? I mean, it's an interesting person to use, but don't use it.
You are in an abusive relationship. Shocking boundary violations are one common grooming tactic of a narcissist or dark triad personality. If someone in your life points into a camera knowing you'll be looking at the view screen and pulls their finger like a trigger, looking into your eyes, saying, I could shoot someone in the street and not lose anyone, it is a good indicator of a bad situation. You are in an abusive relationship. Who has leveraged and climbed upon a fog of falsehood? Who has donned the falsehood? Who is the falsehood?
He didn't mean to cause a panic.
the sun. We are a kindness. Come, be one with us. Calling new Colossus, come. We are a kindness, come. Your kindness is where your kindness comes from. Please remember you are one, human on one spectrum. You are a kindness. Come, our kindness is where our kindness comes from. We are a kindness, come. We are a kindness, come. We are a kindness, come. Be one. New. Under the sun. We are a kindness. We are a kindness, come. 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 We are a kindness with every symptom. You are a kindness, come. Our kindness is where our kindness comes from. Please be one. New. Under the sun. Please be one. New. Under the sun. We are a kindness. Please be one. I think that's what it was. I think that's what I did. In which case it would go. Is that right? It wasn't what it was. That's so weird. That's gotta be it. It's real. Why can't left to our devices, we seem divided. Why can't we? I can see in your eyes. You see it. Why not share? This is the mystery font. We'll be having guests here, neighbors stopping by to share a story. Sometimes maybe the whole place will be full. Sometimes it happens where someone visits and we find a room that feels like the right place for the story. And by the time the story's finished, it seems like the other rooms are starting to become full of other stories. And that can happen with just me here. But it can happen even more when other visitors come, when other neighbors and artists and neighbor artists also come. And so we've had 3 artists thus far come and record a full session, really. And actually one of them has done that twice, actually, come to think of it. And now that I've become comfortable doing this sort of streaming broadcast thing and finding a language that I want to work with and a space that has a point of view upon what's happening in the world, and that I am and want to be reliable, to be accountable to any satire and or commentary that I do, being adherent to the facts as we know them, and that I think it's going to take everything we have to gather enough of us prehend what's coming to heal ourselves enough together to fend off fascism. And I think we can do it. I know we can do it. We are worth all of the work. We are worth all of the belief. We are worth sacrifice. Us actually believing in the language in our documents that we haven't really lived up to very well. If we take off the training wheels for white people and actually root out institutional racism and bigotry and disable predators who would disable kids by indoctrinating them into predation by the Ku Klux Klan and such. I think it's really essentially radio, science, brain. Every mind to all minds, awake. If we aren't broke, let's wake. Imagination ache. Imagination ache. be nature your creature would ape. Imagination may be game for the greatest of all escapes. Imagination ape. Imagination goat. Imagination float. Imagination moat. Imagination may be gay to play. Remain always the ever-changing whole of the rain. Radio science brain particle matter wave your game. Imagination aim, imagination aim, imagination aim. Imagination aim. The nature your creature would ape. Particle matter wave, particle matter wave, germane. Radio science brain, particle matter wave, not in vain. Imagine this mainframe is a scient kind of guidant. We are finally fable. We're able. This came today. Remain. Imagine this came today. Imagination may be gay. Imagination it's finally able, it's finally gain. finally gain. Now that it's kind of become a bit more gentle, there we go. It's just kind of like the stripes. There's a regular thing happening. Thank you, Ron, for being with. It's been a very special. Let's give something slightly less of a truce. Slightly less casually contemptuous. I am so honored that you've taken the time to peruse the entirety of this broadcast. It's good. It's good. It's good. It's good to share and be conscious of this mind, this collective mind of democracy. Whether you believe that we're all independent hard drives milling about, or that there is some connection other than our libraries and our internet. Whatever makes up the schema of our sentience, and if it is, as theorized by Rupert Sheldrake, something akin to what he calls morphic resonance. I think there's a bandwidth of meaning that we have some kind of purchase of. And that in that bandwidth of meaning, there are things that would glow with meaning. And we might not all think of them as meaning the same thing, but we would have a pretty good idea of how and why things are charged with meaning for a lot of us. As if standing around something from different perspectives, partially obscuring things we can't all see. It's quiet. The greatest challenge we may have is listening. How can we help people who are swallowed by cult of personality, where the prong that makes it difficult to remove the hook is how humiliating and obvious the massive big lie is. Once, God, it's devastating. It's so bad. Ugh. It's so cruel. It's so cruel. Just cruel. The idea of like if he wanted to rob a bank, he would come into the bank and say, "You all are robbing the bank. Stop trying to rob the bank," until people were just losing their mind, and then he would walk out with a cool million. It's tough. And projections are things to apprehend from extremists who keep doing projections of catastrophically insane boogeymen who keep ending up being not an imagined opposition, but the one that's behind their sunglasses, I guess. We see projection again and again and again in terms of predators taking office. Predators especially now sowing fascism and total degradation of the idea of trust in multiple frames, but simply it seems for power and corrupt greed. It's really, really, really sad. But we are the reality distortion fielding. Each of us pilots this. And Scoop Troop, we all know it's going to be all right if we carefully, lovingly, stewardingly, mindfully trust but verify it so. I love you and I like you, and good morning. And when it's time for you, remember, sometimes it's tough to wake up, but woke is awareness of and for human kindness and dignity. It's a good thing to be. Political conscience fosters human family. All the best. This is the mystery font. Cheers. And liberty. Yes. Myriad. Yes. Yes, and oh, sure. Good idea. This is the mystery font. This is the mystery font. What upon it? What upon it? Haunted, vaunted house. Ball of font. Ball of have a ball of font. Want. Not want, not want, not mystery font. From the labyrinth to you, a ball of yarn is called. a ball, a gathering of thread, of yarn, kodak. A ball of yarn is a clue. Project truth. If you see something, say something. If you see something. If you see something, be an opening. Let us all have a chance to do some planning. You are the dream awake. Calling Nucolas. Rest well and wake. Yeah. Yes. 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 I don't think it's asleep. I'm not sure. I don't know what you mean. Oh. Maybe. Me? Oh no, I'm awake. I sometimes do sing myself to sleep. It's true. I might be up for hours, for sure. Myriad, I love you and I like you. I'm going to make some more coffee. Would you like some? All right. Well, it's a fonted morning to you and to all you do. This font's for you.